Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. We are standing around here in the Doman Enclave, about to go hang out with the king again, and continue on down into 4.3 now. So, let's dive into it. Alright, we are live. I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he receives some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyo has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Alize, shall we?
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon.
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink. What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. What a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him? You couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. Which, with the way things change, with the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he has shown the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for his liege and his land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yatsuyo is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Yugiri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yotsuyo from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it is. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami. A child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yatsuyu will become Tsuyu and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fastened the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We'll meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. Shall we wait here, then? Lord Hien should not be long. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She is nowhere to be found. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouting the streets as we speak, but it is possible that Tsuyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think, yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers, whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden with the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her down onto the boat. White as new fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No, no. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. It would seem that Suyo has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come from this. Now everybody else gets a shiny box of armor. It seems Suyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Hien. Now as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Suyu is headed, so we'd best divide our forces. If we take Kusakari and its surroundings, Alpha Node, if you would take the road to Castrum Fluminus. Forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yozuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the Kami smile upon our efforts. I was standing there thinking everybody was fooling with armor slots, waiting for the little piece of film icon to appear next to everybody's name, thinking it would appear when you started the quest, and then Emo disappeared. I was like, oh. Interesting outfit on the bunny girl here.
Mm-hmm.
Must be samurai gear.
I have lost my sound. I can hear you, but I can't hear any game sound. And I've been trying to figure out what I've done.
That happened to Zora a little while back, didn't it, Zora?
Yeah. I remember it, but I don't remember how you resolved it.
I had to exit out of the game for a little bit, which you don't want to do.
No, I'm not going to do that. I mean, anything that Kath isn't reading, I'll just read myself, but It's just kind of annoying.
Just a second, I'm checking.
I was looking to see if I accidentally hit a keybind thing or what have you, but can't figure it out.
Well, I found an article talking about how to fix it, but it's formatted in such a poor way that I'm reading. It goes, it's an easy fix. And then I kind of like, okay, I'm skipping ahead and I see reinstall Windows. I'm like, no, that's not an easy fix. So I must have skipped something important here. Are you running in full screen mode, emo, or borderless window?
Full screen?
They say that it might be full screen that causes that to happen. Borderless window might work better for you, but I
Oh no,
don't.
I'm sorry. I take it back. I'm in borderless windowed.
Okay, so
I had started with full screen and I switched to borderless window after we got the weird kick out thing.
gotcha.
Maybe I'll switch to one and then back to the other and see if that helps.
All right.
No, it's fine. We'll just carry on.
All right. Because most of the answers I've seen say, change this around and then restart the game and it'll work. And I'm like, no, we can't do that right now.
The queue does not allow.
Indeed. Well, I guess, well, now there'd be some time delay. I'd say you could open up the stream in another window and then you get my audio, but it's probably be off by a few seconds and just confuse everything.
I wouldn't be able to tell when you're talking because you talk to your stream. So I've done that before where I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
is he talking? Okay, is he talking now? Is he talking there?
Why are you here, fish? Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes. Is there anything you care to know? If there's anything you care to know, you need on it. A pale-skinned woman? I have seen no such traveler. I am sorry to say, most sorry. Scaly-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Yeah, I'm not looking for those. Oh, is this where the fish guy quests are?
They kind of start here.
Gotcha. The other one's inside. Unusually pale skin? Yes, I saw this woman on the way back from the fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here, and was heading in a northeasterly direction, for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. The question is, has she remembered and is fleeing, or is she going to Namai hunting persimmons?
It's possible. I wondered if the flashback she had made her realize that she's the one that inflicted it and then she's worried. But now that you said the hunting for persimmons, that might be what she's doing.
Indeed.
Or a little both.
I'm going to agree with KJ there. There's probably a bit of column A and a little bit of column B here.
I think she's going to realize and then wish she never remembered.
You see no sign of Yotsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off to the northeast. Still no sign of Yatsuyu. Perhaps she is yet farther to the northeast.
Okay.
Hmm?
Your minion was on it, and so I couldn't do
Ah.
it. And then for a minute I thought, is it going to be fine if I don't do it? But then I still had the quest circle, so I'm good now. It's fine.
Yeah, I try to move away from the destination once I'm through with it in case somebody else has trouble clicking it.
Zora's carbuncle is probably the worst offender.
He is.
Or KJ's chocobo.
My worst offender is my squirrel. Because he'll be sitting on my shoulder and I will try to click things and I'm clicking him instead of the thing. Yasuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking wide-brimmed hat.
My biggest offender is Keth.
Well, I am giant.
Oh, sorry.
Luckily, you're a little quiet today, Zora. A cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsuyu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. Before you ask, our search of Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught. Save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alize has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien here shortly after. How did you fare at Yazuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? I found a hat. Towards Namai? By the kami, if the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the paddles. The village square is yours. The paddles. The paddies.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
Well, the Lawlifar.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies, my lord! She would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry!
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry. Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as... I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
The sun chose a very opportune moment to set there.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, oh, the Lalafeld's out of the bag now.
That reminds me, I need to get a sack of potatoes. That would have been better avoided. But at least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Suyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu which brought her here to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. Ha! And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fluminus, and our meeting with the ambassador. Alpha Node and Alizé should still be here. Should still be there, conducting their search. Alright, I've got a gray spot on my map I want to get rid of. So I'm flying over here for a second.
Okay.
A few weeks ago, I did that for all the Heavensward areas and completely filled in the maps. It was actually a decent way for getting XP at the time.
Nice.
It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. It's time to meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
He's just being out evil now, isn't he?
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look well.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
I knew better than to trust Asai. But that was a dirty trick. Asahi. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Suya's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alpha Node. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We could discuss it upon our return. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him of about Suyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Dorma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, no, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Help! 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 Help me!
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu! A font of misery! You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks, at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu! What?
No!
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Please. I don't want to die.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
We have recovered the Nereus remains, and will hold the cremation anon. Would that they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Kosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyo has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is by any measure a cruel twist, not least for Kotsetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu into Garlean hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted. And that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insisted on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Flumens is to be the stage of the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The Citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, it is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain that we have an unobstructed exit. Pray, allow me to join you. I have some experience with Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worst, I would hope to be at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibun, on the other hand, would require only a single run, and leave us far less vulnerable on the water, assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before. And I won't be alone, will I? Much appreciated. I quite fancy parleying with pirates again. It's just a shame Lise won't be there to reprise her role. I am certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we would ask their aid once more, we must treat with them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphinaud and I shall be about our task. And we should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short, and Rasho may take some convincing. Anakuro when you are prepared, KJ. Whatever is coming, I very much hope that Asahi does not survive it.
Mm-hmm.
You know he will. I mean, Zono or whatever his face did.
If Xenos is actually still alive, then Asahi has been demoted to goon. Therefore, he is expendable. So, we don't need baby Xenos running around if Xenos himself is still running around. Now there's a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of bilge rats such as we? If you've come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean ones, then I'm afraid you've wasted your trip. Ha! And what fine subjects you would make. With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts would hasten tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you, and will not come running like hounds at their master's whistle. And I would not presume to treat you as thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all this? Profit? Must you always think in such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our tithe, you sail in peace. Deny us our due, and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we are not in business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mr. Salazar. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk. And there is more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army. And as you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien. The losses we suffered at the Garleans' hands are no secret. But since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well. The Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. But, before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she has yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the waterline rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want the people to stay dry, you will do me the favor of swimming around the hull and check for weaknesses. That is, if dolmen lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Not this dolmen lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, it shall be done in a trice. That's the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ihanashi. And I thought I had a knack for parlaying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success. And yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Well, well, I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. I would like it noted that I am not a shipwright. I have gone entirely the wrong direction. I have a quest marker down south, but it is not for this quest. Oh, and I can't fly here. Oh well. Can confirm. Looks like boat.
Oh, I love it. He's in the water. They're in the water. That's good. They're helping.
I'm glad they were helping, but their locations were not efficient. Since the two areas that we had to check were on opposite ends of the ship.
Yeah.
Aye, I'm the shipwright, or apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that needed my attention? The section I inspected seemed solid enough. On the port side, near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. I could float in that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I am happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Hien. The captain sent you to inspect the hull? Kami, have mercy. Forgive us the discourtesy, my lord. Ha! 'Tis quite all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are of Doma? Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares Our Lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, We've found a small crack on the port side, but I'll have that fixed before you know it. I see you have met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts, as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave this life. If he so chooses, I expect you to see they are provided for. I have heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin in the homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it. I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot. But he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there is life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it in Yansha or in the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Ihanashi and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter is settled. I will make preparations to cast off. Oh, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. Well, he's fixing it.
That's funny. That's cool.
Alright, before we return to the Enclave. I know Zora can fly here. What about Emo and KJ?
No.
I don't know.
Open up your Aether Currents under the Travel tab and see what you have on the Ruby Sea.
Oh, yes, that's right. I am missing 2 items in the green.
As am I. The first one and the last one?
Correct.
Alright.
Yep.
Alright, let's go pick those up.
Why can't Zora fly us so she can fly us?
Good point. Although she can't see the where the currents are. So
Well, we could tell her.
we can't use the item while we're riding in the car. And this one is a long way away.
I tried finding the one, and I couldn't figure out how to get there.
Yeah, the closest one is, what, 1440 ohms?
Mm-hmm.
Southwest.
Yep.
We could give her general direction, then drop down after we go a while.
There's a beast tribe that you can open. If I remember correctly, there's a beast tribe you can open up over here. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes. There's a marker on the map that looks like one.
Okay.
Time to swim. For a second there, Zora, the angle that I was looking up at you at, it looked like you were riding a reindeer.
I'm riding a reindeer.
Looks like we are probably headed for the Isle of Zeki. I kind of wish the map had a distance legend on it.
Right.
Oh, the car will actually let you go in the water when you can fly, though. Okay.
Still 700 southeast.
Southwest.
Or southwest, yeah. Same direction we're still facing.
You
Yeah.
still put your arm out. That's so funny.
I'm not sure I've sat in this seat before.
I don't think you have before. That's funny.
If I remember correctly, I think it's in this little
Yeah.
right over here.
Yeah, when I was trying to figure it out, I swam all the way around this mountain and couldn't find a way to get up to it.
Might have to go underwater.
There it is, left. Left.
No, that's a.
Yeah, that's a lookout
Oh,
point.
never mind.
Lookout.
That's not
But
it.
I
but
mean, we could
that's
still
fine.
get it.
Yeah, let's get down and reassess.
Yeah, we gotta grab that anyway, huh?
I forgot that they're green. I've been looking for these too much, apparently.
$250 to the west. That's probably right over here. Should be getting about close enough to see it at this point. 100 mile or yalms. Maybe up? Zorik,
Yeah.
can you get us a lift up to the cliff up there?
I need to put on my boots.
I do not put my arm out here.
To the right, to the right. Behind those things.
Aha.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
And now we have to go a long distance to the southeast. It's probably going to be almost to the edge of the map. Assuming it's not far more east than it is south.
You're doing all of that facing away from me. It's hilarious.
I know.
Let me know. Should I stop somewhere so you can do the thing?
I like these lava flows.
They look cool. They look real.
Mm-hmm. You can probably touch us down somewhere, Zora, and we'll do another check.
Well, let me
Unless you remember where it is. $151 to the northeast. So right over here.
Probably up on the ridge. On the top.
Yeah, now it's saying due east. There it is.
Ta-da! Stop.
How do I get out?
You have to click off of the little icon.
At the top.
The same button you used to dismount? For me, it's Z. Although I don't know why I mounted back up. We need to teleport back to the Enclave. But we can fly now.
Yay.
And there's somebody else gathering the Aether Currents.
Why can I not find Enclave? Never mind. Almost the last one.
I always try to go the wrong direction. What is this snowman?
Oh my goodness.
It's a mount. It looks like.
It looks like you're a snowman when you're in it. That's awesome.
And he's holding the head up, bouncing. That was funny.
It seems Yugiri and Alpha Node completed their task before us. They have been waiting. We scouted the structures and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the One River. Now we have to attend the exchange and pray the kami these precautions were unnecessary. Yeah, I'm afraid they will not be unnecessary, Hien.
Never are.
While we were putting out our contingency plans into place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. He will see they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank not far from the castrum.
Where are you guys?
Inside. Talking to Hien.
Oh, I thought you guys already did the finishing. Okay, never mind.
Well, we finished the quest and then we had to talk to him again.
Yeah. Well, I thought I heard you say what he said, and I was like, wait a second.
Probably the fastest route is to go over here to the ferry and take the boat. Or just go to the One River. Yeah, that's what we want. Your party is assembled, then. Aye, and ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Lest there be any confusion, though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. That and whatever else Asahi has planned. But, regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yugiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We meanwhile shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the Castrum's loading docks. She will see you safely home. Then all stand ready and play their part. Come, let us be about it.
Those look like coffins now that I'm looking at them.
Yes, I thought that when I saw them in the last cutscene too.
Or the stuff that gets the ether out of them.
Oh yeah, from the lab in Alamigo.
Yeah.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish!
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the Ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting Viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
What has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pylus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run? Spare my pride, would you? I know this foe is beyond me. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail. Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dorma. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done too.
The exit is over to the right side, if you want to run over there. Of course, feel free to look around the room, too.
Was there anything in there? Oh, no.
Just her staring down at you. Alright. What is coming up is an 8-man. So, here's the strategy here. Alright, during phase 1, she has Torment Unto Death, which is a large frontal cone tank buster. So, don't stand in front of the boss. Then there's Zashiki Asobi, where she will spawn a bunch of fans around the room, and they will explode in the order that they spawned. So try to stand in one of the fans that spawned late, and then run into one of the ones that spawned early after it explodes. There's Nightfall, which she casts during the fans, signaling an incoming random attack. There's Steel of the Underworld, which is a large frontal cone on primary target. Again, do not stand in front of her. Reprimand, raid-wide AoE damage, shield and heal through. Midnight Haze spawns 2 Midnight Haze adds on opposite sides of the arena. Destroy them before they reach each other or finish their casts. Lead of the Underworld casts a line AoE marked by a line stack marker. Players must line up with the targeted player to share the damage. If a Midnight Haze ad is still up, the targeted player can line up with the ad so the players can still attack it. And then in phase 2, which is labeled the ad phase, starts with Night Bloom, which is raid-wise damage and stun. Ads will spawn during this phase. Destroy the ads as soon as they come up. There will be a duty gauge called Suffering. During phase 2, the Suffering gauge will fill up over time. Destroy the ads as soon as possible, as the longer the phase goes on, the more Suffering is accumulated, which deals more damage at the end of the phase. Naturally, if the gauge hits 100%, it will wipe the group. Shield and heal as necessary. So, kill the ads as quickly as possible during the ad phase. Phase 3. Phase 3 will run with the same abilities you've seen so far, with the addition of some others. She will also continue to cast Nightfall. There's Selenomancy, which causes the platform to be split into 2 sections. Standing in one section stacks debuffs. If the debuffs reach 5 stacks, a Doom and Bleed debuff will be applied, and you'll likely die. To avoid this, players must switch sections to remove their stacks. And it is also important to note that simply switching sections does not remove the stacks. Players must remain in their new section until the next stack would be applied for their stacks to be removed. It is recommended to switch sections at 3 stacks, since that is a safe area and she is likely to cast an AoE around that time. That way you are not trapped on one side. Donut AoEs and Nightfall will cast during this time, so keep on your toes. Then there's Anti-Twilight and Paraloon, which removes Selenomancy and debuffs and deals raid-wide damage. During Selenomancy, she will cast Midnight Haze, so be mindful of your stacks when they... So, she will still summon the ads, so when they spawn and move to the section you need to move to, so you need to kill the ad and reset your stacks. There will also be Dance of the Dead, which signals the final phase change, dealing heavy raid-wide damage. Lunacy, which is an attack that players must stack for and remain stacked, as the attack will hit multiple times. One hit, 2 quick hits after a pause. And Dark Bright Blade, it's a laser sword. She will attack large sections of the arena depending on the blade she is using. Dodge the AoEs. So basically, this is a dodge the AoE, fight, kill the ads, and during the time when she makes half of the field bad, you need to get out of it to drop stacks, then get back into it to continue to do damage. Since I'm guessing she's going to be standing in the bad. Which also means the tanks are going to have to do switches. So this might be complicated.
Mhm.
Okay, that's something I've never seen before. I just happened to open up... When I open up my duty finder, the first thing that pops up is the duty roulettes. And the Alliance Raid roulette says, Adventurer in Need, DPS.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it does make sense. You need a lot more DPS in Alliance Raid than you need anything else. You need...
Okay, 1 second.
Right. You need 3 tanks, 6 healers, and what, 15 DPS? So...
I'm back.
Welcome back. Alright. Are we all here and ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's going to be a long night. Whoa! Your end is near.
And healer's down. Ads are about to come up.
Beg for mercy.
Stack on me, I guess.
Yep.
Your death will be all the sweeter.
I think we're about to enter the ad phase, so kill ads as quickly as possible.
I didn't realize how hard this would be without sound. Sound makes a huge difference.
Yes. Yes, it does. Not sure if we've ended the ad phase or not. No, we have not.
I was gonna say that looks like Xeno. And it is.
I would say our DPS is pretty good, since I think we only got about half the suffering meter there. I'm glad we didn't get a lot more of it. That hurt.
In darkness blooms the spider lily. From mortal husk, I rise anew. Suffused with night, I shall prevail.
Alright, remember to get out of the side when you get 3 stacks. Or I guess you could just stand over here in the good side.
Oh, I'm down.
Shit. I died and it's on centered on me, so.
I'm standing on it.
I'm already dead, aren't I? Yeah. That was weird. I didn't get out of the circles.
In moonlight's chill shine petals pale.
I'm down.
I'm getting you. Unless the other healer has an instant cast of it. I used my instant cast already.
I'm up. Or I'm getting up. I think you got me. Or I'm standing on Zora, so maybe Zora got me.
Beg the mercy.
I'm down. I moved.
Well, she also did the swirling blades at the same time.
Suffused with night, I shall prevail. Your end is near.
We have ads. And circles. And yeah, I don't even know what hit me there.
In sunless gloom,
I was caught in a circle. I thought I was safe in the white, but the circle still got me hard.
I was in the center of the circle. Apparently I wasn't supposed to be.
No.
Holy crap, I'm dead. I don't know. I didn't know what to do. There for a second.
LB3, the healer, hopefully.
I'll grind you under my heel.
As soon as I get mana up, I'll get somebody.
Bands are coming up.
I'll grind you under my heel.
Hey, as soon as I get more whatchamacallit, I can get help.
Bands are up again. Watch out the middle circle too.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, this is the worst. I feel so bad dying all the time.
I think it's
Well, we have LB3 charged. I'm surprised nobody's used it yet. I'm thinking that
I
the
gotta go now if I can do it.
I don't. Well,
Yeah, I died.
Ooh, everybody's going down. She's got so little life left.
yeah, I think it's it. Other tank's still up. I don't think he can do enough damage though.
Yeah, I should have held off, damn it.
I mean, I was expecting the other healer to use it to bring up the entire party. But that wasn't bad for a first attempt.
Oh, it's going to be a long night.
I'm still not sure what killed me. The couple times I died.
Your end is near.
Ads are about to be coming up. They're up.
Beg for mercy. Your death will be all the sweeter.
This is ad phase, correct?
Yes. Six points faster that time.
spider lily. From mortal husk, I rise anew. Suffuse with night, I shall prevail. Beg the mercy. In moonlight's chill shine petals pale.
Oh, both sides of the circle give debuffs. So you have to swap sides. Okay. I see what the problem is now, or what I was doing wrong. That makes a lot more sense with her standing in the center of the room.
Beg the mercy.
Yeah, I friggin' died again.
Whoa!
I did, thank you.
Suffuse with night, I shall prevail.
So just remember to switch sides when you get to 3 stacks.
I didn't even wait to I hit 2 and then I went over.
Ads are up.
Your end is near. In sunless gloom, black tendrils trail. No. No. Not yet. Not yet. I'll grind you under my heels.
We've got it this time.
Nice. And we didn't even use the thing again, or that time.
I thought I heard one of the melee use it. Right there toward the end.
Unless it was the last 2 seconds, because I saw it up and I was like, oh, and then I got out of the screen.
Ah.
That would have been cool. I would have liked to have seen what other people's do.
Indeed. And everybody's gone.
Of course.
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down. My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger, then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
But I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This Dorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point. It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Doma. I would have repaid his faith.
No one alive loves him more than I!
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you. What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
He will mourn too, perhaps. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Lord Xenos. Lord Xenos. I am at your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord. My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone. Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now, but our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here, but it seemed to me there was more to the tale. I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
How can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk his life on countless occasions. Next to him, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield. But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
'Tis not for me to stop you. But I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yatsuyo's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. 'Tis little wonder good Setsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet awaits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. 'Twould be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Ah, there you are.
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Dorma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in.
Oop, did not mean to skip that.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Well, Asahi is dead. I approve.
Mm-hmm, me too.
Mm-hmm.
Still not sure about Xenos, though. The Xenos in his vision sounded raspier, which would make sense if he cut his own throat. But he also wasn't acting entirely Xenos-like.
No.
Because Xenos wouldn't care about the politics. So,
Mm-mm.
so yeah, I'm still not sold that's actually Xenos.
No, I think it's the
Me either.
Axion or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, and Emo, be glad you don't have sound.
Oh, yeah?
During Asahi's death, they included the teeth chatter. Ah, Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in Kyakan. I would thank you properly. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphanode to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu by building a nation in which none need live in fear. I confess I miss him already. But the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyo such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the kami had been so minded. Even now, I labor to discern any meaning in Yatsuyu's fate. To deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother? Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Rhalgr's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Lys about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. Well, I was going to say, yeah, I want to see where they buried Xenos so we can crack it open. But looking at the quest box when we accepted the quest, looks like we're going to be doing exactly that. So.
Picture gives it away sometimes, right?
Yep. To Rhalgr's Reach, KJ. You're back. No Alpha Node? It's good to see you, Lys. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But that's... If this is a joke... Gods, this has better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, right? We all saw it. And here you are saying he's alive and well and living the high life back in Garlemald? I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust the Warrior of Light. He saw the Crown Prince through the Echo, in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. I went with option 1. No. It must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter? Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Aye, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Balls gilded... halls. Whatever are you talking about? Thancred, what brings you to the Reach? Alpha Node had me lending a hand at the Saltery, keeping an eye on rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before winding my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion that the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business? Ugh, as much as I hated that man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave. But if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried up at Bloodhow, in the locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Nago, you're in charge until I get back.
Which locks?
Porta Praetoria. Okay, I'm now kind of wondering what Ablathia is. Because when we were up there in Ishgard, there was Ablathia's spine. And now we're flying toward Ablathia's skull. This is it. Guys, he better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off, and thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Well then, we are presented with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin?
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphino's theory of Ascian possession. Speaking from experience, I could tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Ascian is walking around in Xenos' body? It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Xenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Raban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Ralker's Reach. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones, then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others.
We'll just leave that to you.
Suddenly, the Rising Stones. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urianger over Link Pearl and gave him a full report. Istola is on her way and should be here any... Ah. "'Tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east?" "Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but the Warrior of Light? Nay, Alpha Node had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold, and the shadowy web of the Paragons, like as not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray." Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, "We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point?" "More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the rite beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan, every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star." Oh yeah, that's an Ascian phrase right there.
Yeah. Isn't it the one Ascian that's in the white?
Yeah, Erebus.
Yeah, he was ours.
Or Iridibus, or whatever it is. But yeah, the fact that it's actually Xenos' body just with a Ascian driving the controls, that makes more sense. Hmm? What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I ask you a question, soldier. What are you... Have you lost your mind? I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins? Embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. Well, now I'm confused.
Yeah, me too. The hunt, so does that mean this is the hunt, Cyan?
Well, We know that the Asians do their whole immortality thing by using the echo, and Xenos was pumped full of artificial echo juice right there before he died. Enough that he managed to seize control of Shinryu. So I mean, it's entirely possible that when he died, he stole someone else's body. So now we have an Asian running around in Xenos' body, pretending to be Xenos, and we might have Xenos running around in some other poor fool's body, still hunting us. Interesting.
Ponder it.
It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alphanode. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal especially. I'll put the kettle on then. That table looks free, if you'd like to take a seat. Oh, Rial's right over here. Upon sitting at the table, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yay, movie time.
Get the popcorn.
Interesting. So this Tsukiyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susano, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalog of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we would require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. A fine idea. But I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help to prevent further summoning in their region. I will pin you a letter of introduction. Lord Hien will wish to welcome our resident expert on aetherology. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. Looks like we're getting the band back together. After you left, I went about questioning blood-housed gravekeepers. They all told much the same story. Once Lise and her officers had confirmed Xenos was dead, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point. But when I mentioned the defacement of Xenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamegan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scrawl was removed, as per Lisa's instructions, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. By that stage, 'tis like that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an Asian has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation. however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Ascian and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alpha Node in Garlemald? Uh-oh, did somebody just disconnect?
Nope. I actually was reading because I didn't. I'm ahead of you in reading, and we have to leave party. So I would actually maybe. I don't know if you can get out and leave party now, or just get to the point where I got to and then leave party.
Alright. Their presence was... Go ahead.
Sorry, nothing. Go ahead. You're fine.
Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft 5025, Master Alpha Node, we are making good speed towards our destination. Is aught amiss? Nay, it's just... I could see naught from my cabin, and was curious to know the land over which we flew. I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I am happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Othard. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but malms upon malms of lifeless earth. I have read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. Aye, it is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. When Emperor Solus first came to Othard and beheld this blight, he is said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence, and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Report! We're under attack, sir. Magitech armor. No visible designation. Magitech? But who? All cannons, return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it, they knew exactly where to hit us. All hands brace for impact. Just once, I would like to see that statement made by a character on a vessel that actually has stuff for you to brace on. Glad to have you back, Master Alpha Node. We have landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system is damaged, and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we can. Aye, aye. Alright, I've disbanded us, although I'm guessing you guys are already in position for that. Or, well, no, I guess if we were still in the party, you haven't left the party yet.
Yeah. Not how you disbanded it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know what any of these buttons do.
Wait, how did you? Okay, so you can just disband and then skip into the thing.
That's what I did. Yeah.
Oh, how do you
It,
skip
it
through
probably
the?
made all of you guys go back to the start, right?
Yeah.
Well, I just skipped the cutscenes when I got to them again.
Oh, gotcha. I should have thought of
Alright.
that.
I was wondering if that was. I should have just tried it.
Okay. When you guys get here, look at the buff that is on us.
Oh shit.
Tell me what it was.
The buff that is on us is called role playing. Experience what it is like to be someone else.
Okay, so it's use the spells on the they're not your main spells.
Yeah, you break the wreckage and heal the soldiers.
It should be rune 3, try shackle, and then physic to heal.
Okay, they just keep repeating. Is anything broken? Where am I supposed to go?
Yeah, you're supposed to look around for wreckage to break for looking for other soldiers.
Okay. Oh, so follow the dotted line, I guess.
Confound it, not here. Not like this. What? Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies, introductions can wait. You are calm in a crisis, Master Alphanode. Let us finish this then. Be sure to stand in the blue circle that the carbuncle makes. My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, well. I did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a Scion. You know of me, sir? I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present. Know you your assailants, and the severity of your predicament? The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard. And I could venture a guess as to their motive. But you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for the asking. And as for our purpose, let this be your answer. An Asian mask. The face of our prey.
If you got your limit breaker, that makes it a little easier.
Indeed. We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. The Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. Come. This is intolerable. But as much as I wish it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alphinaud now but pray for his success. Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Garlemald from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alizé, but the provinces are hostile territory, and stealth is all important. It is safer that I go alone. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. Not you two. I understand your frustration, Alizé, but he is right. We must defer to Thancred's expertise in this matter. Fine. Just promise you'll be careful. It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and soft souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I can find a suitable East Alenard vessel to bear me thither, but I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alphinaud to share.
Oh, hell yeah.
Note before you leave the Rising Stones, when you arrive at the Rising Stones, note who is standing at the bar.
Okay.
I'm not there yet. Did you say you go with Thancred?
I said we should leave this to Thancred.
Yeah, that's what I said too.
Okay.
I kill things, I don't sneak. So, I'm an 8-foot-tall dragon man.
If I was that guy, I wouldn't have left that mask. Because then they can find it, and then they know somebody's onto them. Plus, at least one out of his collection.
Yeah, he's missing one out of his collection. I don't think anybody's going to come looking for it.
Gotcha. Okay, which one are we looking at here? F-me or Hore? Boulder.
It's our old buddy Hoary Boulder. We haven't seen him in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Well, technically I saw him earlier today because he shows up in the Doman reconstruction quest line, but he is there. I'm standing here looking at Alizé, about to accept the quest Sisterly Act. which is the first quest of the next patch. So,
Okay.
I think I'm probably picking it up.
alright. Well, if you immediately talk to her, you're finishing up Emissary of the Dawn.
Got ya. Oh, yep. And we're getting that ponder.
Right. Which is apparently just a facial expression.
Well, that's not cool because she gets to put her hand up and like on her chin, like ponder it.
Alright, I am accepting the quest and will begin my readings. Assuming that this isn't voiced. It might be voiced. It is the first quest of a patch. Well, no.
It's not.
If you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Ishtola is still investigating primals in the Far East, Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alpha Node is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first schedule report, nor does he respond to calls, and all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that, we have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Ascian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamegan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ascian involvement, and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your order's counsel would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. I said, of course. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred, what's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right, Riel? Is Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in. So he said he'd be back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alamegan quarter. Understood. We'll go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off.
I guess that dude's staying back watching the place, huh?
Yeah, I'd probably go crazy too.
Yeah. Message relays. No wonder why little what's-her-name can be so evil sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Tataru?
Yeah, Tataru, her pent-up anger issues. Obviously.
That's why she keeps sewing outfits.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, finally. That took a long time.
It would. Sorry, go ahead.
Is everybody outside?
We're standing around in the bar.
I'm outside.
Did I miss another quest?
We're still on Sixth Sisterly Act.
Yep.
What were you gonna say, Zora?
I just said I'm back.
Oh, I think it would be best if you're doing a long cutscene that involves a group thing a non-group thing that they would maybe mention that at some point.
Indeed. Yeah, I was thinking, like, was the chair glowing the way that a group or a solo quest thing normally glows?
No, it just had the sparkly destination thing.
Yeah, destination.
Yeah.
Where's Emo?
Well, I can come in there and then you can do the thing if you want to do.
But we're standing outside by the Aetherite.
Oh, I'm confused then.
Where? What?
That was weird because it was reading as if you guys were still in there. So it's fine. It just didn't
Gotcha.
update. My thing didn't update because now it's just fine.
All right. I mean, I was confused because Zora and I were standing around in the bar in there, and you said you were out here. So I was like, I don't see Emo anywhere.
Yeah, I was standing out there, but it didn't show you guys out there. So
I came running out here, didn't see anybody, and I ran back in, and then I asked, "Where's everybody at?" That's when you guys were like, "Oh, we're out
Weird.
here." So I turned back
It's like
around,
a
came
weird
back here,
server thing.
and there you were.
Yeah, we could have been like, you know how they get the shards on WoW?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Phasing.
My eyebrow raises. What did yours do?
I don't know. Let's see.
Mine didn't even do that. Oh, it does. Left eye squints a little, right eyebrow goes up.
It's not really a ponder, in my opinion. It's like a. To me, it's more of a. Oh yeah.
Basically, yeah.
My face gets very, very goofy when I push this button.
It's hard to tell a little bit with your hat.
Are you watching?
Yes.
Yes.
I kind of purse my lips and look off to the side.
I think mine does that too.
Yeah, your lips. That's funny.
Okay, Zara, do it.
Okay.
Ponder.
Yeah, I purse.
Oh, you
look
push
off to
your
the
lips
side.
go a little bit small, your eye goes down, and you both your eyes look off to the side. Mine doesn't look off to the side.
Yeah, that's basically the same face I'm making.
Well, I guess I do the same thing too. I just notice the brows the most.
Yeah, your eye. Can't really see mine because my hair covers the eyebrow.
Oh, I guess both my eyes do look over.
I'd rather have the hand come up and do the way
Yeah, I
they.
know, right?
No, I kind of like this, but that's okay.
Fine. It's fine.
Alright, KJ, al amigo. Guy over there's name is Mikey Spiky.
Nice.
Roger's Reach or No.
The Alamegan Quarter. In the locks.
Oh, in the locks element, gotcha. I was looking for Alamigo. I thought maybe I'd missed something.
Gotcha.
Now, what's up with this chick staring up in the sky?
I like her pants.
Maybe looking up at the banners? I don't know. Tancred looks tired. You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamegan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who did they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding in there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan, and Ishtola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'll join you in the search if you ask her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Ishtola. Eh? To the Enclave.
It's not in there.
Oh, yeah. That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me. I shall bear what you have told me in mind. If you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Well, well. 2 faces from the dim and distant past. Oh no, has it been that long? Who was it that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of Aether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy. and eerily reminiscent of the de-aspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea the days prior to the calamity. It would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed, but on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Mikote with a peculiar contraption upon her head, it has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an aether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So, the fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner, Yatsuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served her to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukiyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not need to keep watch over them already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report, as something happened to Alpha Node. I shall join you in your search, of course. Thank you, Ishtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alice puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Hienikon. I'm just going to go with I was seeing the future. That's why I was standing here. Yeah. Greetings, my friend. Alice has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alpha Node's trail does lead to the burn of all places. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of aether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alpha Node might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alice. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distances involved, 'tis best we went by bird. We have our yawls. Yugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. Everyone is here and possessed of a bird. Let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for hundreds of malms in every direction. Take care you do not lose your way.
We need to separate.
No, it's a dungeon.
Yeah, it's a dungeon.
Oh, okay.
I should say that I am on day 1 of a 4-day weekend, so I do not need to stop anytime soon. But if y'all do, we can call it here for the night and pick this up next week.
We have tomorrow off, so I don't know how Zora feels.
I'm good. I'm tired, but I'm good.
Her stamina.
Yeah.
Well, most dungeons seems to take us 20 to 30 minutes, so.
Yeah, should be good.
Eh?
Yeah,
As I yawn.
She yawns. If her DPS falls, you know it's because she's fallen asleep.
Yeah.
Well, what else do we expect from the cat in the group?
That's right. I like my sleep.
I mean, the burn is likely to be a warm and sunny spot, so
True. I might just curl up.
it looks to be like a salt flat, so.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
Everyone, land where you can! We must wait out the storm!
The music's kind of odd for the setting.
The damn thing was on top of me. I can't target it.
Too close, too close.
Literally. Tabbing wasn't working, no.
I think we probably want to avoid getting hit by boulders.
Ah.
I think Zora just took a boulder to the head.
I didn't realize I was standing in the path.
At least it only did a whole lot of damage instead of just knocking you into the abyss.
Yeah.
Jump, drop, somersault, roll.
Alright, says, take note of the 4 white crystals jutting from the ground, as these serve as shields for some of the boss's attacks. Be warned that the crystals explode after being hit by one of his attacks. New crystals will fall from the ceiling, but be prepared to move out of their way. So, Crystal Needle is a tank buster. Hailfire places a crosshair on a random target. After a short delay, he blasts sand at the targeted player, damaging the first thing it hits. Standing behind a crystal blocks all damage. All subsequent casts of Hailfire begin with him jumping to a random spot in the arena before targeting a player. Shardfall is arena-wide area of effect. Stand behind a crystal to protect yourself. He will cast Dissonance immediately after this attack. Dissonance is another arena-wide area effect. This time the safe zone is inside his hitbox. Deals high damage and inflicts vulnerability up if it connects. Shard Strike places an AoE marker on all players, spread out to avoid damage overlap, but also position as to not hit any of the crystals. So basically, if he targets you with something, hide behind a crystal. If he targets you with an AoE, do not hide behind a crystal.
And at some point, we're supposed to get into his...
Yes, he will do a big AoE that we all need to hide behind a crystal, and then immediately after that, we need to run up and hide inside of his hitbox. The spell is called Dissonance. When he is using Dissonance, we need to be inside his hitbox. He is targeting somebody.
Me.
Behind a crystal. Get in his hitbox.
I pushed the wrong button and threw me out of the damn thing. Things not to do.
You lived.
Yeah.
KJ behind a crystal.
Oh shit, it targeted the other one too.
Spread out. Do not get near crystals.
Away from crystal. Oh, Zora!
Dang it. Sorry. That was...
No problem.
Guess we're all hiding behind this one over here.
Yep. and get into his hitbox. Seek shelter, whoever is targeted. Do not hide by a crystal. That was an interesting fight.
Yeah.
I liked it.
You get to have a beret, Zora.
Yay.
Alright, the defective drone's arena is smaller than most, and the left and the left and right sides are constantly burning, inflicting burns for as long as the player stands in it. Additionally, take note that the lanes of the arena is separated into. Okay, his abilities are Aetherochemical Flame, which is a high party-wide damage, mitigate and heal through this. Aetherochemical Coil, Tank Buster that hits an arc in front of the boss, so don't stand in front of the boss. Prior to the next move, the defective drone will launch a glob of sludge towards a random player that inflicts leaden while inside of it. Full Throttle, the defective drone moves out of the arena, showing up with five smaller mining drones on one of the sides. Determine which of the smaller drones is sparking and does not have lights above it, and move to its lane. Getting run over by the drones inflicts massive damage and knockback and pushes you into the fire. Rockbusters. Summons rockbusters on the sides of the arena that launch across in a straight line after a short time. Simply don't stand in front of them. After a while, the boss summons a repurposed dreadnought that has the standard dreadnought attacks. And that's all it says. So, basically, when the mining drones appear, look for the one that looks broken and stand in its lane. Otherwise, it's just stay out of the fire and stay out of the stuff.
Okay.
And they weren't kidding. This arena is tiny.
Yeah, that's the first thing I noticed for sure, too.
Over here. Okay, don't stand near those. They're going to cross the field. Get out of the way. He says when he doesn't get out of the way of them. I will honestly say I didn't realize there was one on my side of the screen.
All good.
And by the time I saw it, I didn't have time to evade the other one. Get into the middle. Oh, we got drones. Get over here on the far side.
Oh,
whoops.
man.
Not quite all the way to the far. Actually, I don't know if I made it to the far side in time or not. I can't see the sparkly one to get into the lane that was safe anyway.
Oh, that's why I said just come to the far side. Because I saw it. So. Hello, unexpected spider thing.
Sand crabs. Why did it have to be sand crabs? Okay, Giga Worm Stalker, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, my stuff interrupts that. Okay.
Nice.
This is a whole lot of space with not a lot of direction.
True. Was there a treasure coffer I didn't see?
Oh, across from us.
Well, I just noticed that I got some loot from somewhere.
No, it looks like it finally went off just as we were walking over here. That cooldown, the timer, whatever.
Well, I don't remember seeing a piece of materia to roll on. Maybe one of the
Seems like
mobs dropped it or something.
Yeah, maybe. Or it's like, you know how some of the dungeons, they give you the crystal prisms, you don't really roll on those?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just gonna say there's been what was it, some milk or something dropped on somebody. Oh, it was me. Steppy milk? I got 5 of them, but I didn't roll on them. dragon?
A cool looking one.
Yeah. Whoa.
The Mist Dragon. The Mist Dragon was the first boss of Final Fantasy IV. And it was a summoner summoned as well in that game.
Oh, cool.
Alright, let's see. Rhyme Wreath is a high party-wide damage, mitigate and heal through. The Mist Dragon will spam this attack when it isn't casting anything else. Frost Breath. 2 distinct attacks, cast one after another. The first attack targets a non-tank and damages everything in a line from the boss to the targeted player. The second marks the tank and hits a wide arc in the tank's direction. Several ice puddles appear in the areas hit. The attack itself inflicts a dispellable frostbite, while the puddles also inflict frostbite as long as the player stands in them. Fog Plume. Star area of attack on a random target. After the initial attack hits, 4 arena-wide line AoEs originating from the first attack's landing point will appear. Later on in the fight, the Mist Dragon will target 2 players with this ability. In addition to taking damage, the attack traps those hit by blocks of ice called mist. The mist prevents movement but can be attacked by other players to free those who are trapped inside. Vaporize. The Mist Dragon turns into mist in the center of the arena. 3 Draconic Regard adds will spawn and tether to the Mist Dragon. Attempting to attack the Mist Dragon in this form will cause it to counterattack, freezing the offending player in mist. So do not attack it when it's mist. Cold Fog, an area of effect centered on the Mist Dragon's misty form that gradually expands. Slaying all of the Draconic Regard adds will prevent the attack's area from expanding further. Deep Fog. The arena becomes shrouded in a thick fog that gives an indefinite dropsy debuff, and the Mist Dragon leaves the arena. The Mist Dragon will spray a wide line at the center of the arena with ice, dealing high damage and freezing anyone caught in it. The boss will swoop twice before the fog disperses. Touchdown. A proximity marker will appear on the ground, indicating where the dragon is about to slam down. Free anyone still trapped in mist and move as quickly as you can to the opposite side of the arena. So mostly it's a stay out of the stuff. But
don't hit it in fog.
Don't hit it when it's turned into fog.
I hope dots don't do anything. I don't think they would.
Hopefully not.
Okay, wow. I thought I was out of it, so...
So did I.
Okay, Melissa needs to get out.
He's turning into mist. Kill the ads.
What's that marker I have?
It's gonna hit you.
Oh, I died.
I'm sorry.
I am about to be turned to ice, and I am dead.
I'm dead. Those line
dead.
ones are not, they're faster than
Yeah,
I
they're
think they are.
fast.
Yeah. They're almost, I don't know, man. It's like you see them, you start moving, and then it's too late still.
Yeah, I think it might be a case of when you know they're about to start coming, you need to already be moving.
So after the big snowflake looking one, they're right after that. So yeah, it's like you gotta
Right.
keep running and don't stop at all. Except for hopefully don't run into another one.
Indeed. And yeah, don't stand in the frosty pools. They hurt a lot.
Which my fault on the one, I didn't realize that when I got broken out of the stone, that was what, I didn't think those were frosty pools. For some reason, I thought I still couldn't move, so that was totally my bad.
Well, I was just trying to minimize the amount of the arena that was covered with the frost breath attack. So I was standing near the edge, which just meant when he put a frosty pool in that direction, he only had one spot to put it, directly under me. So... Turning into mist. Pop defensives. Oh, I guess we're getting turned into ice.
I'm dead.
As am I. This boss don't mess around. I'm going to decline that, Zora. We'll just try again. During the ad phase, I guess we need to make sure we're each attacking one of the dragons, not two of us attacking one of them. Because it took us so long to get to the other one that we didn't have any space left.
It's weird that we're in an area that's like sandy, but it looks snowy, and he's doing ice items.
Mm-hmm. But just the fact that it kind of looks like a salt flat made me think that this place has to be hot, but I guess it could be cold.
Could be, yeah.
I wonder if our range can actually get across.
Feel free to try.
Oh, dang it.
I'm stuck too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there was no way to avoid that one, Zora.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm stuck, so
Yeah, I had nowhere to go.
I forgot that he does 2, even though we should have realized.
Yep. Although the markers that those things drop do tell you where the lines are going to be.
Yeah. I saw the one that was on Emo. I did not see where yours was, and I actually ran into one of yours.
I found myself in a position where the line from mine was going in one direction and the line from Emo's was precisely next to it. So I couldn't get out of both of them. So I popped my "Don't Die" button, hoping it would protect me. And it did not. Well, it protected me from the damage. It did not protect me from getting frozen.
Yeah.
So, WoW has superior paladin bubbles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That 8-second one that WoW's got is killer.
I apparently did not get out of that in time.
I tried to get you, but it wouldn't target it. Wouldn't target it. It targeted you.
It's vaporizing. Wow, that hits for a lot.
Oh, I stuck you right in the middle of that. This is shit. I'm sorry.
Well, there's one thing they say about that. Don't accept it before the AoE is over. So.
The platform is so small.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, that frost breath hit me for most of my health.
Yeah, that's a killer.
Literally.
Next time, I think I'll pop my bubble when he targets me with that. So maybe I'll survive it, so you guys don't have to try to save me from it. It also feels like there has to be some way to avoid it, but I haven't found it. I popped sprint and ran away that time. It didn't work.
Vaporizing.
Get to the other one, KJ.
I'm on one.
Oh, that was Zora. Never mind.
Sorry.
That's alright. Your dragon nuked it. I thought I saw Zora running toward the other one when I turned to get this one.
No, that one I was on was right next to me. Oh, good. This is it. We got it this time. Oh, Jesus. I'll just shut up.
hot. And, oh yeah, and it was hot.
Shit. I was out of that one.
I'm dead.
Oh, he got missed. I didn't see he was doing this. Damn it.
So what do we do in this stage?
Try to avoid the attack in the center.
Oh, I'm dead. Just barely in it.
Run. If y'all have defensives, you might want to pop them. He's spamming Rhyme Wraith a lot right now. The Frostbite killed me.
Oh, impressive. I don't know.
Alright, he's about to go in the fog again.
Watch out, Emo. That's the center right there. It's coming back up again, same spot. If Emo does the lemon break, is that Resisol or no?
No.
Okay, never mind. Missed again.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
No problem. He targeted that on my corpse.
Yep.
Emo, you got this. Pick his trash.
About to go do the fog again. Which might give us a chance to res the others.
Hopefully that stuff's not coming across. Okay, I'm gonna say don't take it yet. Okay. Watch out.
Oh, we're both stuck.
Yeah.
And centered. Get out, get out, get out. I'm down, so. He's almost dead, though. Come on, come on, come on.
I can't. I just got. Oh.
Yay!
I got him.
Yes.
I thought he was pretty. Now I just think he's a jerk.
Poison him and get him dead. If I died again.
I think that might be the toughest fight we've had so far.
I know, right?
Here?
Yeah. I can't res anybody, so.
No, it's fine.
Now we got res right here.
Ah, there you are. Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area. These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard. Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
We could use a vision right now.
Yeah, come on now.
Right.
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
I note we didn't find the mask.
No, but with the bodies having sand drifted over them, I'm not surprised.
I was actually expecting Ishtola's magic eyes to see it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my matter then. Alright, do we want to call it here?
Yeah.
Alright, just 1 second, let me wind down the stream. Alright guys, we are going to call it here. And I will be back tomorrow with more Final Fantasy VI. And seeing as how I don't have to work tomorrow, it's possible that we will be doing a earlier and longer stream of Final Fantasy VI. And we might go ahead and just finish it tomorrow. So, we shall see. But, until then, I want to thank y'all for joining me. Hope y'all enjoyed it. I'll see y'all next time. And have a good night.